Going on? All right, let's go. It's time for Kerbal time. What are we up to? Part 16 here? Part 16. And feels like we just started this save. All right. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? A little bit behind schedule on doing the Kerbal stream today because I wanted to get everybody up to speed with what's going on in the garage. But here in my garage, working on this car here, it's not fun to drive at all because it doesn't run. Because it's missing the back. But you know what I like more than this car that doesn't run is knowledge. Kerbal knowledge. How are you doing? I'm fine. Everything's good. I didn't really get much sleep last night. I may or may not have stayed up playing Battlefield for after hours until 2 in the morning. And may or may not have not gotten to bed until like 4 in the morning. And then woke up at like 8 in the morning and then came out here and started working on the car. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just pretend it's not like that. No. I'll just convince myself that I got 8 hours of sleep and I feel great. Hey, an engineer. Hey, watching from the YouTube side rather than Twitch. I don't like... you don't like the gross film on your body from Twitch these days. Yeah, no, that's fair. I understand. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Let's get to it, shall we? Shall we? Nothing a cup of coffee and 3 songs can't fix. That is exactly what I did this morning. Sleep when you did, mate. Yeah. Paul, the problem with that is, I mean, yeah, hell yeah, let's go. I got stuff to do. But also, at the same time, when I don't get enough sleep, grouchy EJ comes out. I get, but, you know, it's fine. I may have, it's all right. We got grouchy EJ last night. I may have cursed a couple of people out in Battlefield. But, maybe said some inappropriate things that I wouldn't say during the day, but it's after hours. It's fine. It's fine. See, that's your trick. You're always grouchy. Yep, you'll sleep good tonight. That's right, man. That's right. You still get the Bezos bucks, though. All right, engineer. I got you, man. And I get what you're saying, dude. I never thought I'd see the day where playing games on Twitch is something that's, like, weird to do. That's weird. But hey, whatever. Kind of like Grouchy EJ raging against the shuttle arm was an all-timer. It was pissing me off, man. It's pissing me off. See, like, that's the other thing, dudes. I never try to hide when I'm annoyed with something. Like, everybody thinks, oh, the stream should be all sunshine and rainbow. No. I'm a real person, and stuff does piss me off. Like, no, that's absolutely a thing. All right. Anyway, we're going to get Monday EJs? Nah, I'm doing all right, dude. Very glad to hear that you want to play this save out. Yeah. Yeah, no, I want to just... Dude, I've been just trying to... I want to play mission mode. Especially since we started, working on, like, the Octo 3 vehicle and the scissor wing flyback booster thing. I think that's super cool. But, yeah, it's, let's see this career mode saved through, and, maybe we'll, like, end up doing, like, mission mode light stuff or something. Like, I would like to do recovery vehicles and stuff and go and get, like, my vehicles and bring them back. I think that'd be cool. Just as a fun, like, kind of side project. I don't want to make that the main focus of this save, guys. I make space parts for the American working Kerbal because... Yep. It was fun watching you play BF6. You like that, Dean? I got a little pissed. No, dude, I did an old thing that I used to do with FPSs back in the day to get better at them. You know, I used to do this with Counter-Strike, which is borderline. I mean, the kids would say this is unhinged at this point. So what I used to do is I used to play competitive matches in Counter-Strike. This is Counter-Strike Source. This is 20 years ago. And you play, you don't stop until you win. You know, you play a shooting game for a long period of time. Like first 3 or 4 games, you win some, you lose some, etc., etc. But you eventually start losing focus right after a while. And what I would used to do, playing Battlefield 2, Battlefield 3, Counter-Strike, whatever, even Call of Duty 4, when Call of Duty wasn't something where the highways go up the wall or something. I don't know what the heck's going on over there. I used to just keep playing until you win one. And that's what we did last night. It's funny that I just could still do it. I used to do that all the time. Just keep playing Battlefield until you win. It forces you to refocus and think about the game. As long as you're willing to sit there for really long periods of time at the behest of sleep. I wanted to ask yesterday, but after watching you fly the booster back, wasn't the Saturn V first stage supposed to be a flyback booster? There were concepts to do that, Brandon, but none of that ever came to fruition. I'm learning so much from watching orbital operations on these streams. 200 plus hours in KSP, I could never get docking down consistently. Yeah, you just got to keep doing it. Keep doing it until you can do it every time, and then, go and understand the math behind it. That's what I did back in the day. SpainSat got pushed to tomorrow. We did see a Starlink go off this morning, which is pretty cool. I watched that, and then I turned the stream on. Probably should have done that in the reverse order, but... Hey, Raiden, what's going on? All right, Dean, I missed the Coronet stream earlier. Did you fix something on the car? No, it was just basically an update for where I'm at, dude, with all the small things that I've been doing. Long story short, driver's side leaf spring perch is crooked because I didn't get my bracing right. And I've been fixing everything up to the point where I need to remove the driver's side leaf spring perch and remount it to get it straight. And then once that's straight, dude, then we weld that rear cross member in, weld the trunk cross member in, and then start drawing out lines on the trunk pan for where we drill the holes to, weld the damn thing in. Is Elon still going off at Sean Dummy? Yes, he's still not happy with him. You know what? You made me want to watch this right now. What is this? Oh, yeah. William Bradford speaking in 1640. The founding of the Plymouth Bay Colony. Said all insurmountable actions, or seemingly insurmountable actions, are overcome with amperable courage. I don't know. I forget what he says. That's not the right words. What did I miss? I saw docking yesterday. Well, Jeb, Bill, and Bob did their first mission up in space, and we got them out to the moon with the target vehicle. We boosted the capsule out to the moon. Capsule did a flyby, got some science, did some EVA experiments, got them home. Yeah, and we went from there. Yeah, good mission. What we're going to do today is we have 3 more Kerbals on contract to rescue. Edvis, Lenzel, and Franklin. So we're going to get the pod up there again, albeit uncrewed, and rescue these Kerbals. After that, we also got the money to upgrade the pad, which is great. So you basically did Artemis 2. Artemis 2, but not all launched in one thing, Raiden. I did Artemis 2 with 2 launches of the Octo vehicle. No super heavy lift vehicle from us just yet. I also used the science I got from the first crewed flyby of the moon and first crewed flight to unlock better landing gear and Yeah, get bigger heat shields, big landing leg, big parachutes, and for whatever reason they put rotors in there. This tech tree, the further I get into this tech tree really doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why is a late game thing a piece of metal, a metal panel? Why is that late game? I know there's mods to like redo it and stuff, dude. Yeah, I get it. Hey Joe, what's going on? Only Kerbals would invent a rocket engine before the wheel. Yeah. Yeah. In terms of science and stuff, the next stuff that I really want to unlock is this Sentinel telescope, survey scanners, and the survey scanners and whatnot. And then that will eventually get us to the Gravioli. But in order to do those missions, after we rescue these Kerbals, I took missions to plant the flag on Moon and Minmus. So after we do this mission, getting the 3 Kerbals back down, what I'm going to do is get us, we're going to start looking into our lunar architecture, how we're going to build out the lunar architecture and go from there. Do any of the capsules hold more than 3 Kerbals, or is it 3 Kerbals max? The only thing that holds 4 Kerbals inside of it that is a command pod is the shuttle. The shuttle nose. That one holds 4. And that's a command vehicle. The biggest thing that can hold Kerbals is the Mark III passenger module, which can hold 16 Kerbals. I usually put the science lab on the moon early if I have it. Yeah, Terminator, we'll talk more about that architecture, the initial lunar architecture a little bit later. But yeah, the capsule is basically proven out. I'm really happy with the Taurus capsule. I'm very happy with it. That is one of the best capsules I've ever made in Kerbal by a long shot. It's really good. Yeah. Are you planning on using the lunar architecture as a stepping stone for the rest of the system? I don't know. Maybe. Only colony building actually worked. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that, Dagason. With this computer, we should be able to, you know. I'd love to work for an aerospace defense company in Colorado. Do you know any recruiters out this way by any chance? I don't, Joho, but I know people that work out there. I'll ask around, dude. Here, let me just ask right now so I don't. Let me send a message to one of my buddies. Cool. Well, Joe, I put the word out. We'll see. Anyway, all right. So, I know you could do it with mods, would be so cool in vanilla. I agree. You should make a sequel to this game with colony building. Can I say something? You know, colony building is all fine and dandy, and I think that's super cool, fellas, but I think that a dedicated in-game colony building game mechanic changes the vibe of the game too much. Yeah, there, I said it. Like, the colony building is all fine and dandy, and that's all super cool, but I think it kind of distracts away from the game being a pure, like, spaceflight simulator. You know, then it turns into SimCity in space. It's very easy to change the vibe from the fun that Kerbal is to SimCity in space, and I kind of feared that KSP 2 was going down that route. They were looking at abstracting, like, logistic routes with rockets, and I'm like, I don't know if that's what I want out of KSP. But with that being said, I'll probably end up building my own lunar colony. We'll make all the modules and we'll build something. We'll build a moon base out there. That's definitely happening. Probably one on Minmus too. Yeah, Brendan, exactly. Do you not like ISOU? No, that's not what I said, engineer. A dedicated colony building mechanic is not really something I'm like too gung-ho about. Anyway, so the Taurus capsule is working real good. I'm pretty happy with this. We should probably name the craft file. It's still technically a prototype, but I'm very happy with how this performed over its first 5 missions. After you said that, yeah, I fully agree. I didn't think too much about how it would take away from OG KSP. Yeah, Shaw, I've put a lot of thought into this, you know, recently, for reasons. You have to, the only real way to do colony building in my mind, not real way to do colony building, the only real, like, way to do it would be to have to, like, get, like, okay, you want to build a colony and say you want ISOU, right? I don't mind ISOU in this regard, Ninjaneer. ISOU is cool because you have to send it there. You have to bring it there. You have to bring it there and you have to make a refueling vehicle. That's cool. That's how colony building needs to be. Now, that's not to say that colony building couldn't capitalize off natural resources, but I think that a colony building mechanic where you just place down buildings and it becomes SimCity is not going to... That's... Right? Like a moon base, if we have a moon base like 10 years in the future, it's not gonna be like SimCity on the moon, right? It's gonna be a bunch of modules that we sent there that have placed down and have been used in one way, shape, or form to make out a big city. And honestly, if you wanted more people there, we'd most likely send the hab modules there. We wouldn't be working on habitats. We wouldn't be working on habitats like... I mean, there are the habitats for like 3D printed regolith that people are working on, which is cool. That's pretty neat. I do like that. But even if you used a 3D printer to like to use lunar dirt to make yourself like a mud hut on the moon, etc., etc., it would still be stocked with components that you sent there. Like, we're not manufacturing the life support systems for a moon base on the moon. So if I was going to do colony building, if I was working on a game like this, or consulting on a game like this, I should say, I think it would be very important that you have to move the systems there, even if you can like place down buildings that were made with in situ resource utilization, right? Even if you place them down, that building needs life support. That building needs solar panels. You're not making solar panels on the moon. We're not doing that anytime soon, right? Like, most likely it would be a logistic route that we sent up. So, you know, I wouldn't make it like you have to resupply the thing like every week. Like, let's say like every 1 or 2 months in game, if you were manufacturing stuff on the moon, you'd have to resupply it, and you'd have to run the mission. You'd supply it with components from Kerbal, and then maybe slowly build out your moon base or colony into being self-sufficient. It would take time, and it would take a lot of resources and a lot of resupply missions to get all the components that you need. But it would still center around engineering out a spacecraft to get those components there, right? You want something to be like a logistics resupply vehicle. Well, you'd want something like Starship. You'd want to engineer something like Starship. Now, simultaneously, you could just simultaneously play the game the same exact way that you played at KSP. You just send all the components there. You wouldn't even need to do ISRU if you don't want to, right? Actually, solar panels are some of the easiest things to make on the moon. That's not really the point of what I'm saying, Dagason. But I didn't know that. That's cool. That's neat. But you know, that's not really what I'm getting at. But it's fine. A better example would be like a computer. You're not manufacturing microprocessors on the moon. You're not doing that. At least not anytime soon. My point is that, like, if you were going to build a colony, right? If you were going to build a self-sustaining thing, it's going to require a lot of resupply missions. So what I would do if it was me, I would build out, you know, if I was, you know, going to make like a spiritual Kerbal successor, I would build out my tech tree to make it like that. So as you go through the tech tree, if you want to, you can go down like an ISRU path, and the ISRU path would be for fuel or for building things, and then there'd be a whole manufacturing tree that you'd have to unlock with science and research and whatever. Would solar or RTG be better for the moon? In real life, probably solar. The lunar day is really long. Solar with good batteries could keep you good for a long time. I feel like batteries would be really hard to make on the moon. Well, I mean, guys, I'm not trying to get into a conversation about what's easy and hard to manufacture on the moon. I'm just saying, like, if I was myself was designing a Kerbal game, I wouldn't make it so like, oh, I land a Kerbal there, plop down my colony, because here you go, and now we're making Kerbals, right? Like, or now you make more Kerbals on the colony, right? And then now you have a solar panel, and a solar panel makes fuel. You have an ISRU, it makes fuel. Like, I wouldn't make that ploppable. No way. You always build civilian factories first, and then military factories, perhaps mixing with naval dockyards. Frosh, are you playing Hearts of Iron, or? One of my dream games is a space program management simulator with the same level of historical detail and fidelity as Hearts of Iron. Like a spaceflight company tycoon type game, Pigzig? That could work, man. Yeah, not turning KSP into Stationeers, exactly. And that's not to denigrate Stationeers. I love that game. I'm not good at it, but... EJ, you're consulting on a KSP spiritual successor. You don't need to talk in hypocriticals or hypotheticals. Yeah, hypocriticals, nice. Yeah, exactly, Ethereal. Yep. Solar would only be effective around 50% of the lunar month. Well, lunar day, right? But the lunar day lasts 2 weeks, and the night lasts 2 weeks, more or less, Orion. It's not exactly like that, because nothing is perfect up there, but you get the idea. Have you relayed this colony's thought to Rocketworks? No, I haven't. But they're not working on that right now, so... Anyway, so the Taurus capsule's working good. I'm pretty dang happy with it. Yeah, we should probably name it. Floppable used as a serious gaming term always cracks you up. Yeah. Yeah, you plop it down. There are side windows, Green. Yeah. I blanked the ones going forward because they would be blocked anyway because the fairing's in the way. No, I like the Taurus capsule. Panta came up with that name. I actually asked, and it was like the first thing that somebody said, and I'm like, Taurus. Yeah, no, that's good. Bird Taurus. How's your day? I'm sitting here modding GTA 5. My day is just fine. Name it Jeff. Jeff. Okay, here we go. Let's get the crew out. This is going to be an uncrewed launch of the vehicle. This will be Flight 17 for the Octo 3 vehicle. I'm not keeping a log like I used to, like I will in mission mode. That's something we'll reintroduce later. You have your old logs up anywhere? Of course I do. Alright, so nobody's on board. Let's fly. The point is, guys, I wouldn't, you know, I didn't really like the way that KSP2 was rolling out colonies, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't have the stones to tell them. Like, I was like, yeah, it's good, because I thought they had a lot on their plate with trying to, you know, fix everything, so I didn't really say much. That's kind of on me, dude, but... How about the hi, I'm new here, can you start a new game capsule? Oh yeah, that's right, we're playing Summer Car tonight, baby. Yeah, we're gonna do the rally tonight, again, in Summer Car, provided the car doesn't, like, absolutely fall apart. What you working on? Well, we have Kerbals to go and get. Right. First mission of the day. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. We have a liftoff. Uncrewed Octo 3 launch of the Taurus capsule. Going to get 3 Kerbals stranded in space back down. Roll program. Vehicles pitching downrange. How late did BF6 go last night? 2 in the morning? Vehicles transonic. Max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have MECO confirmed. Stage separation. Upper stage ignition. I hate the block one, dude. That's the other thing. I'm gonna move the capsule over to the block 2 vehicle, and then we'll test it again. We probably should have done that for this mission, but that's okay. Launch escape system jettison. LES jettison confirmed. I was out by 10 and wide awake at 3 a.m. Yeah, dude, I played an old Battlefield role that I used to play when I used to play like 1942 Desert Combat, Battlefield 2, you know, Counter-Strike when I wanted to get better. Play until you win. That'll force you to focus on the game. Because if you want to go to sleep, you have to do good. Yeah, kind of a fun thing to do. David, I got a picture of it the other day. There's an old jet fuselage painted white and blue with the NASA worm logo on it, on the tail, sitting in a yard near you. Cool. It's probably a T-38. If you can see the tail number, yeah, I could figure out what type of plane it is. I upgraded the launch pad, Brandon. We're good. If you're launching a capsule unmanned, wouldn't it be better to save the mass and not install the launch escape system? Yeah, spoiled, but I'd prefer to keep the vehicle configuration the same. I'll take the flight data, so to speak. I'd prefer to just keep the vehicle exactly the same every time, even if it costs me money. I don't want to go screwing around with the config on the vehicle. Stand by for Seco. (102 by 80) nominal orbit insertion. The tower cranes for Team Florida are starting to get tall. Nice. Automotive question. The plastic on my car keeps coming loose. I push it back and a few days later it's coming off again. Is there any type of glue you can use? Probably missing a clip. Clayton, go see if there's a clip that holds it in place. Those clips like to break because they're plastic and they're made out of crappy plastic. How much TWR with the launch escape system will a capsule have? 11. Mine has 9.0 TWR. We did the analysis on it. It has 9 thrust to weight. It goes hard. The idea is that it needs to be able to. The rule of thumb, I guess, is that, you know, for your launch escape system, for your capsule. No, in real life, the capsule escape is centered around two things: being able to separate at max Q, because that is the worst time in the Ascent regime to separate, when there's the most amount of air in front of you, right? If there's a lot of air in front of you at high pressure because the vehicle's going so fast, jettisoning the escape system is going to suck, right? Like doing a launch abort would be really bad. So they test around max Q, around the TWR needed to power away from the vehicle at max Q, and it's centered around the highest thrust to weight ratios that are encountered during Ascent. So keep in mind, your TWR changes. Your thrust to weight ratio changes throughout Ascent because you're draining fuel. If your thrust on your motor stay the same and you're draining fuel, your TWR is going to go up. So at the very end of like getting up to Miko, your thrust to weight ratio goes through the roof because you have 9 engines firing with a mostly empty stage, right? So that's why like Falcon 9 throttles its engines down, right, in preparation for engine cut, like main engine cutoff. Hey, Twidget. And then second stage, same deal. As the second stage drains fuel, the thrust stays the same. The G-forces are going to go up. It's really built around what the max G-forces encountered are. So the max G-forces encountered in real life on a crew-rated vehicle could be up to 4.5 Gs sustained during these phases of Ascent, like what I'm talking about. And, you know, you have to take into account what's called FOS, factor of safety. So, long story short, if the vehicle's accelerating at 4.5 Gs a second and you have a 4 TWR launch escape system, you're going to jettison the launch escape system and it's not going anywhere. So what my rule of thumb, I don't know what the factor of safety on the real stuff is. My factor of safety is 2 on my launch escape system thrust to weight. Highest Gs encountered on Ascent with the Octo 3 rocket are somewhere around 4. Somewhere it's probably a little bit lower than that because it's Kerbal. I wanted double that. I doubled it. So I know for sure, no matter where I jettison this launch escape system at any point during the entire mission, during the entire uphill ride, the Kerbals will get away from it. Do engineers design the vehicle to have a specific thrust to weight ratio curve? A thrust to weight ratio curve and not exceeding 4.5 Gs sustained on Ascent is like one of NASA's design requirements for crew rating, for human rating a vehicle. Okay, jettison the shroud. Stand by for capsule separation. Capsule separation confirmed. Torus is free floating. Maneuvering the second stage to a stage disposal, first stage disposal burn. I'm going to introduce the block upgrade, the next block upgrades to the Taurus capsule. So action group, RCS ports, and I'm going to redo its payload attachment fitting. I hate that it's just floating with some struts attached to it. I'm going to end, as long as we're retooling the vehicle for Block 2, I'm going to work on a payload adapter and everything that makes it not look like it's just attached via 3 struts and floating in 3D space, because I hate that. Okay. Stage disposal. Stage passivation. Stage passivation confirmed. Okay, now we go around the horn. Actually, Aqualux and chat and some other viewers came up with the idea of doing cow controller disable. So like basically a flight computer instead of an action group, because I'm worried about fat fingering an action group. So yeah, I actually don't mind that idea. That's a pretty good idea. Because having to do this every time the capsule docks to something is really annoying. See what I mean? Okay, solar panel deploy. Okay. Activate the service propulsion system. SPS is primed and ready to go. It's only a lot tedious, yep. Want me to tag you or DM you the picture? Just shoot me a message on Discord, dude. Yeah, DM it that way. It'll probably be easier. Okay, so we're going to circularize up here at about 100. Actually, hold on. Nah, that's not really going to get me anywhere. We'll circularize and go from there. SPS 1. We have SPS ignition. Cool. Good. Coast around. Yeah, we're gonna have to get some of these. Capsule's just pleasure to fly. Okay. What is this? Oh, extend all for the solar panels. Well, I have a plan, dude. Don't worry about that. All right, so Franklin's shipwreck is out in front of us. So we're going to have to wait. We're really not in good phase to dock to him. He's going faster than us because we're in a lower orbit. My idea was to get us up to a higher orbit out in front of him so we could, you know, circularize and pluck the guy off the thing, but... Sorry, what Discord am I looking for? Just tag me, David. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's the link to my Discord, dude. You can link me in there. No Man's Sky released another update. Now you can salvage shipwrecks in space. I think this is their like 20th major content update. Cool. What RCS are you using? I have the smallest thrusters, the linear RCS ports, and then I have the regular linear ports. I have the regular linear ports. Now, I know what people are going to ask. Why aren't you just using the four-way thrusters? I don't want the four-way thrusters. The way I design the spacecrafts is I don't really like have my thrusters. I don't want to have my thrusters outgassing into solar panels. It's just not a big deal in KSP, but it drives me up the wall. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I do basically custom configuration, so I have better control over the, you know, where the thrusters are and how the capsule handles. And like, check this out, dudes. Like, I could shut, if I just do translate maneuver, right? And we just translate back and forth. My capsule has no rotation. Translate should just translate you. It's very unlikely that it's going to pick up a pitch rate from or a yaw rate from translation controls, because I fine-tuned my thrusters. We really dialed them in. I'm not trying to buy you with updates. There probably won't be much anyway. Probably wouldn't be much anyway, but workers and resources. I want to get back to workers, dude. I just want to play Kerbal right now, though. Practice like you play or something. Yeah, exactly, Fluffy. Yep. Zombie, what did you ask? What stops a booster from being removed by the KSP cleanup when you're controlling the payload? If it goes below 25 kilometers, it'll go away. Yeah, even the bidirectional ones rarest, they don't give me the control that I'm looking for with my thruster design. But yeah, I mean, we probably could have made them work, but I like this. It's a little bit more parts, but these are physics-less parts, so I'm not too very concerned about it. It's not going to bog the game down. Not that it would bog the game down on this damn computer anyway. I do believe this is the Horus 6 mission. So, because we had Taurus 1, uncrewed flight test. Taurus 2 was the rescue. Taurus 3 was a rescue. Taurus 4 was another uncrewed flight test with the updated launch abort system. Taurus 5 was the one with Jeb, Bill, and Bob that we did yesterday. This is the 6th flight for the Taurus capsule. Problem is, I'm in a really bad window here. I'm not going to get anything to play. Let's switch that, set that bad boy as target. And now let's dial in a rendezvous here. Changing the phasing to get it right. .800-meter intercept. Just fine controlling the maneuver node. Sorry, it's hard to see up there. It's hard for me to look at it. Why am I not getting a good phase with this damn thing? There we go. We just needed a little bit more impulse. Jeepers creepers. There we go. I needed to back it out just a little bit. I'm just trying to find the most opportune time that's going to give us the least amount of delta V to get to the capsule. Not that it matters. We could probably just brute force our way there. But I like dialing this in. It's good habits. With that being said, this one is just proving to be tricky for some reason. I'm usually not this bad at dialing this in. The way these maneuver nodes are kind of acting, it seems like it might be inclined. He might be inclined a little bit. What happens if we just start messing with the inclination? No. Not really inclined too much. All right, I can dial it in from 400. That's fine. Does KSP have text scaling? I'm working on it. All right, we're going for that one right there first. Okay, reorienting the capsule. Stand by for a quick service propulsion system firing. We have SPS-2. SPS-2 on time. The rendezvous looking like. I'm just using the thrusters to just dial in my rendezvous. And guys, this is one of the other reasons why I wanted these thrusters. Why I wanted to fine-tune the thrusters and get them like this. The big reason is so you can really precisely dial in a rendezvous. And the capsule has very, very precise control over pitch yaw and roll. It's really good for rendezvous proximity operations, or what's called RPOD. Rendezvous proximity operations and docking in spaceflight. That's really useful. All right, let's get up to Lensel's shipwreck. Okay, we are in render range. We have a target velocity differential at 15.1 meters a second, and we are inclined. That's why I couldn't get this thing dialed in exactly. His capsules, see how it's kind of above me relative to the equator? We're on the equator. We have zero inclination. His is slightly inclined. Not that big of a deal. That's easy to fix. You think Boom Supersonic will be commercially viable? If Blake Scholl has his way, sure. See how the target indicator is not on the 270 line? So his orbit is slightly tilted relative to the equator, to Kerbin's what's called an equatorial plane. You put it under a hashtag aviation. All right, let me see. What in the funkin' waggles is this thing, David? Hold on. Let me take a look. That's not a T-38. I'm not sure what this is. It's not an F-104. It's not a T-38. That's an F-4? There's no way. I don't think NASA had F-4s. Oh wait, they did. Just for testing prototypes. X-29? I don't think so. The rear wing doesn't match. It has to be an F8. Tail's wrong. What about an A7? Nope. All right, let's do this then. List of NASA aircraft. Well, obviously it's not a current aircraft, so, you know. Let's zoom in here and see if we can find something. Nope, tail isn't right. It's not a stiletto. I think it was a piece of junk. Nah, tail doesn't match. David, I don't... Maybe an AD1, but an AD1 never had an engine on it. It never had propulsion. Somebody mentioned an F-86. Tail isn't right. Could be an F-100. It could be a Super Sabre. It's possible. The tail still isn't right. It's definitely not an X-15. We'd pick that out right away. IF-93. What the hell is this thing? Oh. Tail isn't right. Dude, that looks like a MiG. This looks like a MiG-21's tail, to be honest with you. Nope. No, ain't a MiG-21. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Where was this taken, David? Check an F-106B. No, it doesn't. That's not right. Hey, zombie.
The Eagle has landed.
Can't believe my car got stolen last night. Woke up and it was gone. But the guy dropped his phone. Went from Kia to Nokia.
The thing is that NASA modified so much. No. Nah, that doesn't look like an X-34. They did leave the X-34s out in the woods, though. I finally get traumatized by engineering next semester. Congratulations. And special NASA F-106 start. There's no parachute in a cell, guys. There should be a parachute in a cell here. See that thing? But that does look the part. If we could just see closer, David, it would It's not a Thunder Chief, no. Oh, that's very interesting, man. Bill, you gotta... What is that? Oh. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second, fellas. I think that's the closest candidate, dude, but the tail still isn't right. New Glenn's first and second stages are now made at a big step forward. Big step towards launch. Here's a fun time-lapse video from the factory cameras of us moving the integrated vehicle to the transporter erector. Don't mind if I do. Well, that's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. Don't hate that. Yeah, so fellas, I know you're trying to figure out how big this thing is. Look at the dude standing right there. See the guy standing there? Yeah. Yeah, see the little dude that is standing there? Yeah, that's not a small rocket, man. Holy shnikes. Look at that thing, man. Oh, that's impressive, dude. That's very nice. This is the Pathfinder, in case anybody's wondering. There's the payload fairing and the payload PLF integration device. And then there's the other upper stages that they have over there. There should be... Well, actually, no. There should be one more in there, I think. I forget. We've seen 2 of them. Yeah, there should be another one over there. I don't know. It doesn't matter. That's the ones that we want to see, right? That's the Flight 2 and the Flight 3 upper stage. I love how they just have a giant strap at the front. A lot of rockets are moved like this. Now, guys, something very interesting, guys. Check this out. Your second stage is integral. Structurally integral. On Falcon 9, they don't lift it up like this. They lift it up by the inner stage on the first stage. And the second stage just kind of hangs there. New Glenn can be picked up by its second stage. Think about that for a second. It's pretty cool. That's enables a much easier integration. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a big strap. That happens, dude. That's how they move. Yep. SpaceX moves second stages around like that. And a lot of companies move second stages around with just straps, just to hold it in place. As long as it stays upright, you're fine. That's badass, dude. You should ask Rock about that one. I don't use AI, dude, like that. I mean, you guys do it. I don't know. It was linked in Discord. I don't know what that is. That's freaking impressive, dude. "12-inch boat straps." Yeah. Use what works, man. So they got 2 spreaders on the gantry cranes. They're using those are boat straps. You're absolutely right. That's the kind of rigging you'd use to pull a boat out of the water. And then they got a spreader bar back here, which is attached to whatever their frame thing that New Glenn is attached to. That thing with the staircases on the side that we saw. "Is the fuselage generally strong enough to pick up anywhere with straps, or is that segment likely reinforced to bear the weight?" It's integral, Noah. Yeah, the first thing. That's my boat. I don't think it's a MiG-21, dude. Unless, I don't recall NASA ever getting MiGs. Oh, man, that's nice. That's cool, dude. Super cool. Oh, hello. Dude, what a tank. Holy cow, that thing is huge. That's a gigantic rocket, dudes. You know, I've been up Blue's tail about getting their flight rate up, dude, but hey, better late than never. I mean, it shouldn't be understated how disgusting that rocket actually is. It's pretty damn good. Holy wow. Wow. We're on the way up, Squarish. Don't worry about it. I did the orange suit flight yesterday. Someone said the NASA logo was painted on afterwards. Yeah, maybe. The TE isn't small. No, it's a gigantic piece of equipment. I don't know. I'd have to ask them, Brendan. But anyway, let's get back to KSP. All right. We're on a rendezvous with first rescue here. To be honest, Blue's flight rate is better than it should be for the first few years. It's not about it being better than it should be, Jax. It's about being better than... It's about being what they said. They said they were going to do 6 flights, and they haven't. Now, some people get really confused when I say that, because, SpaceX promised like 20 flights with Starship this year or something, but then they had the Block 2 fiasco. Well, the thing is that Blue is doing engineering. Their engineering for their craft is done old school. It's not done like SpaceX. It's not a rapid iterative process. Blue wanted to move right into operational missions right off the bat, and they didn't because they got humbled by physics. And don't get me wrong, that happens to everybody. It happens to everyone, but they weren't planning on having it happen. That's the thing. The reason why I've been harping on Blue is because their engineering construct is not iterative. It's rigid. It's a rigid design. Meaning they're engineering stuff like old space, which is not a bad thing, dudes. I want to be very clear. That's not a bad thing. It's fine. But that means your analysis must be damn good. And that means it has to work basically 100% correctly to qualify the vehicle, and it didn't. And that sucks, and you're always going to get curveballs, and they'll fix it, no doubt, but if you're having problems at this stage in your vehicle's development where you're basically finalizing the design for New Glenn, if you're having problems here, that's not great. That's not a good thing. And don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure they have the time and they have the finances to deal with it. Like, I'm pretty sure, well, not pretty sure, I know they do. But still, yeah, that's not a great thing. You don't want that. I'm hearing they're only doing 2 next year. Yeah. That's not Not great, Bob. .100 meters in closing. When is the Vulcan ramp up going to start? Hey, and once again, the flip side of this whole conversation of me being up Blue's tail about this, the flip side of that is that, and ULA is the same thing, Ditort. Scaling a rocket is scaling rocket flight rate is extraordinarily difficult. It's really hard to go from a 1 to 2 launches a year flight model to a like 20 launches a year flight model. That's really difficult, and that takes time. Blue will figure it, but like I said, Blue will figure it out. It's just, I'm worried that them having so many problems in the vehicle's design is going to, like, you having problems at this phase with the vehicle, which they blatantly have, because it took so long, right? I'm having... Hang on a second, dude. Something is wrong with the capsule. Right there. What's wrong? Something is imparting pitch rate on the capsule, and it shouldn't be doing that. Why did you build Starliner? It's not Starliner. It's not even close to Starliner, dude. Sorry to lead for a second. Thanks everyone trying to figure out. It's in the Cascade foothills of Oregon. Close in. Can you just push the capsule out of orbit? You can, David. It's a little bit difficult to do it. I'd prefer to just do a disposal with this thing later. Okay, closing at 10 centimeters a second. New Glenn, in your opinion, is the most aesthetically pleasing rocket. Out of all the new space stuff, Ethereal, I'm kind of with you on that one. It really is beautiful. It's a really nice looking vehicle, not gonna lie. I do like, Falcon can't beat. I mean, all time, I think the Space Shuttle's aesthetic can't be beaten. But, yeah, out of all the new stuff line, I'm with you, dude. Starship is also nice, too. Oh. We have some banger rockets, dude. It's really nice that we can have this conversation about what's the prettiest super heavy launch vehicle around, right? Like, that's pretty good, man. Vulcan looks good too. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, Tessa, we should get that. Yeah, I'm gonna get that probably after this mission, dude. Thank you. Is it bad that I think Electron's a good-looking rocket? No, Electron's fantastic. Oh, that's great. Eddie, that's awesome. I think J-Speed in all systems, they pointed it out. All right, fine. I hate you, Tessa. J-Speed, all systems. Thank you very much. Favorite rocket is Titan 3E. I do like Titan rockets. How's that for precise? Pretty good, huh? Wait, hang on. Okay, we got one. Back the capsule away. Tractor beam it over is the next step. Yep, beam the crew aboard.
Discovery, going throttle up.
Devious, tier 1 6 months in advance. Thanks, man. That really helps me out. So, fellas, the vehicle's picking up a pitch rate here, and I'm not 100% sure why. It seems to be coming from forward and backward thrust, which is very strange. Either I didn't see it before, or something has changed with this vehicle design that I didn't take into account. So, like, if I, for instance, back away from the vehicle, right? See how the nose of the capsule wants to point down? Oh, it's the top-bottom thrusters not taking into account the center of mass. That's what it is. I got it. Cool. It's not a big deal. Easily compensatable. Just got to be careful. COM doesn't shift, Sister. My top and bottom thrusters aren't equidistant from the center of mass. These thrusters, thrust limiting these thrusters by just a smidge would... No, thrust limiting these thrusters by a smidge would probably fix this. So let's set these top thrusters to 99. And hopefully that didn't set the bottom ones. It did. We have to remove those from symmetry. And we should... Let's null out our pitch rates here. Okay, pitch rates. Are null. All right, so let's back up. $98.5. Weasel out the pitch rates again. Much better. It still happened just a little bit, but it's not too bad. I just picked up a little thing that I need to change in the capsule's thruster limiter design. I picked up a little bit of a pitch rate, I noticed, because my top and bottom translation thrusters on the vehicle are causing it to pitch, which means they're not aligned with the COM, which I didn't. Not aligned with the COM because I didn't align it. That's kind of important. Kind of got to do that. All right, the next target is Edvis's Derelict. Let's check. Our orbital plane is pretty much the same. We'll do a quick firing of our service propulsion system. New thruster block, Cal? No, I don't think we need it. It's just... No, that would be a hard set on this, setting that to like 98. Or to utilize the full potential of the thrusters, we could just mechanically move them in the craft file, which would require reintegration of the capsule, but I was already going to refactor that anyway, so yeah, something to think about. Okay, we got a 50 meters a second delta V burn here. I'm going to raise the apogee of my orbit, right, and make my orbit slightly eccentric to slow down so he catches up. Or, yeah, so he catches up to us. We're going to hit the brakes and he'll fly right by. Okay, SPS 3. Good. So we have a 100-meter intercept, but we have a high rate of relative speed. You're just gonna have to take that into account. Or another thing to do would be to add a maneuver over here, right? And add that maneuver to burn prograde at apogee to raise our perigee up to him, and that should lower our differential speed. Yeah, you're hearing that right. We had to speed up to slow down. Still have a high rate of speed differential here, but that's okay. But instead of trying to slow down like 85 meters a second, we do a 7 meter a second burn at apogee, and then our relative speed is down to 50. We're utilizing Oberth. This is kind of like Oberth effect, but it's kind of not, but it kind of is. Hey Ryan, what's going on? Living the dream every day. Should be fairly easy to automate with Cal. Yeah. Why is it that things launched from Earth take days to meet up with the ISS? Orbital mechanics. The ISS is 51.6 degree inclined to orbit, makes it so it's not always in the right spot to be able to get at from KSC. $30 until SPS 5. Closest you ever had to a religious experience was going to KSC. It is cool, man. It's hallowed ground for sure. What if you wait for the relative inclination to reduce so the ISS's orbital path is directly over KSC? That's usually what they do, man. 400 on the intercept. See, now he's in a lower orbit going faster. We went in a higher orbit, we're going slower. Ideally, when we hit perigee, the lowest point, will be going about the same speed. So if I just adjust my orbit to bring my apogee down to his, SPS 6. We'll end up right next to each other. I'm rescuing another 3 Kerbals, and then we're gonna work on our lunar architecture after that, dudes. Just want some cash, and I really want to get more seat time in this capsule. Make sure I really know and understand what this thing is capable of doing. Good. Okay. 200 at 2.2. We are within 100 meters. Thirty-five meters at 1.5. .22 at 1.0. Okay, we have slowed down our close to 10 centimeters a second, reorienting the vehicle. .13-meter in closing. Now the vehicle's reoriented, increasing to 20 meters a second, or 20 centimeters a second close rate. How many Kerbals have you saved? This will be the 8th. I've saved 6 over 2 capsule missions. Seven meters in closing. Yeah, Edvis, you can't park here. .5 meters, closing to 10 meters, second close. 5 centimeter. We're station keeping. Oh wait, he's got to get back in there. Almost got him to do it without any jetpack. All right, unset that as target. Package is secure. Back to vehicle away. You see the new limited edition copies of the Martian novel coming out? Looks gorgeous. You might have to grab one. No. Was Goliath trying to kill a Kerbal? I don't know, man. That ain't my problem. The stranding Kerbals is not my department. Okay, now that I have these two aboard, we're gonna just put the SPS up to. Yeah, exactly. EJ, do you think an SSDO plane would be an option for the save in the future? Maybe. Okay, SPS 7. I don't know. It really depends where I want to go with the architecture after a certain point, dude. But I wouldn't rule it out either. What I'm not going to do is build out this really awesome capsule, use it a couple of times to get to the moon, and then decide like a space shuttle is better. You know, like some people, NASA. Alright. We're just in a really bad phasing here. This is why I wanted to get Franklin first, but it's alright. One to two more orbits and we should be good. Okay. Had to step out for a few. Did we figure out which NASA plane that remnant was from? No. No, I don't know, dude. I couldn't figure it out. Somebody may have painted a livery on something. You know, it could be a mock-up. Like, I don't know. It doesn't look like really anything that I've seen. Okay, SPS 8. We are inside of 1,000 meters. Close rate is pretty high, though. I kind of fudged this over. This isn't the most efficient way to do this, but work. SPS 9. $130 meters away. Closing in on Franklin. How do you get relative speeds down to so low on intersect? For me, it's usually around 200. I put myself in an orbit that's similar to the orbit that I'm rendezvousing with. So, for instance, if I'm in a 100-kilometer circular and the thing I'm at is at 100, is at like 150, I'd put myself up to 140 first, and then do your rendezvous burns with like a 10-kilometer difference in your flight, in your orbits. So that in orbital mechanics is called low differential semi-major axis. Semi-major axis. Low diff SMA. I don't know if they call it low diff SMA, but it sounds like they would call it that. So having a very basically being in a similar orbit. Obviously being in the same orbital plane really helps. But rendezvousing from a lower differential semi-major axis is usually preferable. Now in real life, Blows, in real life, the reason why they would do that is because honestly, you want to fire your thrusters as little as possible during a rendezvous. Like, you really don't want to pulse those things a lot, because like, okay, say the thing that you're rendezvousing with has solar panels on it, right? If you outgas and one of your thrusters, outgasses and it crosses the path of that solar panel, the solar panel is going to turn into a sail and blow the target vehicle off course. That absolutely is a thing. That is the reason why on the ISS, the solar panels are way out to the sides to where the vehicles dock from. The vehicles dock in the center of the station. Like on the center line to the station, the solar panels are way off to the sides. The reason why they did that way is because they were worried about with the shuttle's big old freaking thrusters outgassing on the station and putting a torsional load on the truss segment. Basically, you do not want the solar panels flapping around like that when you're trying to dock. So, being in a similar orbit, but just a slight offset is A, it's more efficient. You can get a much more efficient dog. You don't have to fire your thrusters as much. And B, in real life, they do that so you have minimal outgassing of spacecraft during rendezvous operations. What is Star Cloud and why is NVIDIA included in it? I don't know. So the ISS is coated in residual gunk. Residual gunk from RCS thrusters on all the vehicles that have docked to it? Depends. What's your combustion byproduct of a hypergol? Could that be corrosive to components? Yes, absolutely. Depends. What did you make the ISS out of? The ISS is mostly anodized aluminum, so anodized billet, so I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. Anodization is corrosion resistance for your aluminum. And once again, that is the reason why it's anodized. Because of this. If you go look at EVAs of astronauts and cosmonauts out on the ISS working on the truss segments, it is all anodized corrosion resistant stuff. Because it's designed, like, think about it, dude. Why would you need to be corrosion resistant in the damn vacuum? Who cares? No, you're going to have spacecraft outgassing on this damn thing. At least a little bit, right? So anodizing everything and coating everything prevents the thing from breaking. Good questions, dude. And they would anodize it over painting it because painting it costs math. Anodization, yes, to an extent, but not nearly as much. Plus, it makes it look cooler. Absolutely. Yes, they can damage the vehicle, Rarest. They can damage solar panels, and they could bind up solar panels. Like if you push on the solar panel and it crumples or wrinkles or something, it can tear. Yes, absolutely. Got to think about that stuff, man. Guys, that's the stuff I'm thinking about. Like, people ask me, why did I have this custom thruster array? I have this custom thruster array because I build my spacecraft canonically accurate. Well, not canonically. Canonically accurate. I try to build it realistic to the real thing. Like, see, dude, me outgassing right here, the thrusters would just blow the capsule away. It's got to be close enough. Yeah, should be fine. I got so close to the dang thing that it obstructed the EVA hatch. That's got to be a first for me. Hey, drummer. Real talk then, how does NASA even plan for Starship to dock with Gateway? It'd be near impossible for Starship thrusters to not outgas and hit Gateway's solar panels. Funny you mentioned that, Raymond. That's exactly what they're worried about. Also, Gateway's thrusters aren't enough to be able to station keep and make the station keeping corrections to stay in rectilinear halo orbit when HLS is attached to it. Fun fact. Okay, all 3 Kerbals. Yeah, there was a GAO report about this a little while back. Gateway, when Starship is attached to Gateway, Gateway can't use its thrusters to stay in the rectilinear halo orbit. Yeah, big problem. Big gaping hole in your mission architecture. Why do you think I hate Gateway? I think it's a piece of junk. Just stop. Stop it. Stop it. Just make a Starship the freaking Gateway. Just make a Starship Gateway. Just do that. Or something. I personally like my EUS-derived transfer vehicle idea. Spoiler alert. But, you know. Gateway is a fine idea, Ethereal. I don't have a problem with building a station in rectilinear halo orbit for lunar surface access. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's an extraordinarily good idea. The right time to do that would have been 5 years ago when it, I don't know, when it was scheduled to go up there. Kind of important. They should have picked a suitable vehicle. Correct. It seems like the Starship HLS decision was done in haste by an interim acting administrator, and it's not great. I love Starship, but also interim acting administrators should not be able to make these types of decisions. I'm sorry, they shouldn't have. They shouldn't. Gateway got delayed so long that there's no point in it even existing at this point. I really, really want Elon to do what he said on X yesterday. I really, really want Starship to do an end-to-end lunar mission. And I would really, I really want SpaceX to do that around the time like Artemis 3 or even like maybe right after. I'm really getting sick of politicians. And like, don't get me wrong, politicians are a part of NASA. They're intertwined. The process with NASA is so ridiculously screwed up at this point that some moron can come in there and just make ridiculous decisions that affect NASA's long-term goals and have no repercussions for it. Like Norman Augustine in the 90s canceling Space Station Freedom. All right, Norman Augustine again in the 2010s. Basically denoting our architecture and screwing us with low flight rate and hardware rich to save money. The interim acting administrator, I think it was Robert Lightfoot, I think. I forget. The interim acting administrator choosing Starship HLS. Sean Duffy doing Sean Duffy things. I kind of hit the end of my rope with him. Bro, an interim NASA administrator should not be allowed. There's too many stakeholders involved politically for an interim acting administrator to allow NASA to be rolled into the Department of Transportation. That is I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of it. Hey, Serby, what's going on? Like, I'm getting sick of it. Interim acting administrators have directly led to 7 astronaut deaths. An interim acting administrator chose to send Challenger on January 28th, by the way. 1986. Yeah, it's bullcrap. I'm sick of these people that have no stakeholder expectations and no repercussions making decisions for NASA that screw NASA. All right? It's pissing me off. Yes, O-Force, an interim acting administrator gave the go to launch STS-51L. Idiot. There should be repercussions. You know? Namely, the administrator of 1986 should be in freaking jail. But whatever. Could you do a better job at NASA? Not a sarcastic question, it's genuine. I probably wouldn't do too well, Jackal. I don't take no for an answer. I'm unrelenting and persistent and really goddamn annoying. I don't work well with others. That's why I work alone. With the exception of my awesome moderators, obviously. I don't really work well with other people. With NASA, it's very clear that you have to play games with people, and I don't do that. My brain doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. I don't like playing games. This isn't... It's not high school. Human spaceflight. It should be taken seriously. Lives are at stake. So I'd be very candid in what I'm saying, and I would be a dick to people. I'm not saying like I'd be a dick like Elon, but that's generally the gist of it. People wouldn't like me. People wouldn't like me as a NASA administrator. They wouldn't. How does that work with NSF? NSF is the one kind of exception to that, dude. I work well with all those folks over there. I work actually pretty damn well with them. You know why I work well with them? Because we're all kind of ideologically aligned when it comes to spaceflight. It's easy to work it's easy to work with people that love space just as much as you do. Like Alex, I have no problem working with Alex. I love Alex. That guy's the man. I'll work with him on any project because he takes it seriously and he wants to get his facts right and he's anal retentive about it, just like me. That's why I like him. I'm just circularizing up at 100 in preparation for landing. Actually, I don't need a maneuver node for that. Just work. You know, I love working with Alex. I love working with Sawyer. I love working with Jack. We Max. Obviously, Das is my guy, right? We're all on the same page. That's why we get along. But I know that would not happen at NASA. It would not happen at NASA if I was running it because I would be unrelenting. Look, I would be unrelenting. Like I'd be like, I would go to people like, why is this taking so long? Why is this taking so long? You're 5 years behind schedule. 5 years. Why is this taking so long? You know, and if somebody gave me an honest answer, it's like, we don't have the money to do this. I'd be like, all right, cool. I'm auditing your department. Why don't you have the money to do this? Why was capital allocation not done correctly here? What's the deal? Because if that's the case, right? If you're trying to make like a lunar lander for like a $500 million budget, whoever okayed that project is an idiot because you're not doing that. That's like saying I want to build a Ferrari for $1,000. It's not happening, right? So I'd figure out what's going on over there, and then I'd go to Office of Management and Budget. I go to NASA OMB and like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? What would you say you do here? I'd piss a lot of people off. I'm sorry, like, because I'm not building it. Yeah, Goalie, anybody that gave me that type of answer, you know, well, we're lobbying. I don't care. Lobby all you want. That doesn't work. All right, because you know, it might. Hopefully, if I was appointed as administrator, the president gave me a job to do, I'd want to do that job, and I don't give a frick. I don't care. Like, It's about getting the job done, right? Like I said, I would very, very quickly not make friends with people. Because like I said, my social filter would be completely off. It's human spaceflight, dude. You can't dick around with something like that. And I honestly, I probably wouldn't get anything done because of this. And I would probably fail. Like, you have to in order to get things done with bureaucrats. Yeah, I know. That's my problem. My brain doesn't work like that. I was not one of the popular kids in school. My brain doesn't operate like that. So, like I said, you know, Jackal, what would I do? Well, that's what I don't know. I'd go after people, but honestly, at the end of the day, I'd probably make a terrible NASA administrator. Like ML2 and Bechtel, what the heck is happening there? Dude, I actually did some digging about that, Nova 1. It's not... don't get me wrong. I want to precurse this with saying that Bechtel absolutely does this all the time with projects. They say we're going to do it for this much and say they do a bait and switch and say, oh, actually, sorry, it's going to be like $300 million more. Or like $2 billion more. Bechtel is absolutely known for doing stuff like that. However, ML2 is not all on them. It is not all on them. It's not all their problem. It's NASA's problem too. The reason why it's NASA's problem is because Complex 39 was originally built for the Saturn V. Crawler transporters have an upward carrying mass of about 16 million pounds. Okay? SLS weighs 8 million of that. Because of those 5-segment solid rocket boosters. It weighs 8 million. So, obviously, your launch pad is not going to... Your launch pad's not going to be... Obviously, you want your launch pad to be heavier than the launch vehicle, right? It has to be heavy enough and it has to be strong enough to be able to handle the 8.8 million pounds of thrust that SLS puts out, right? But it also has to be able to be transported by the carrier, the crawler transporter, to the pad. And it can't bend on top of all of that. So you're not just building another mobile launcher at this point. You're building a mobile launcher that has to be somewhat equal in weight to the vehicle that it launches and also strong enough to withstand one of the most powerful rockets launching off of it ever devised by man. And you can't go over 16 million pounds. And half of that weight budget is already taken up by the rocket itself. The Mobile Launcher 2 is basically a freaking spaceship in itself, in that it has to be extremely light and extremely strong. Think about that for a second. Now you're designing a skyscraper like an aerospace, like a rocket. It has to be super light and it has to be super strong. That is going... So basically you can use no heritage components. There's... Except for maybe your umbilical arms. And that's about it. There's a reason why that project costs... And it will end up costing over $1 billion. Because the truth of the matter is because whoever implemented... It goes back to the Augustine Commission. Implementing something like SLS, they didn't take any of that crap into account. You didn't take into account that 5-segment solid rocket boosters with a launch umbilical tower is pushing the weight of the entire crawler transporter system. Now, don't get me wrong. Ares 5 would have had to deal with these problems as well. Oh, absolutely. Okay, we are go for deorbit burn. Ares 5 would have had to deal with these problems, but at least with Ares 5, you would have had with Ares 5, you would have had Ares 1 launching, and you would at least have an operable mobile launcher and a way to get people into space. We would have had to do this problem for Ares 5 anyway. So, like I said, it's at 18 million now, goalie. Well, that's good. That's good that they got some mass margin back. But also at the same time, guys, I want to harp on Bechtel just as much as anybody else does. It's not entirely their fault. It's a perfect storm of crap, though, but it's not entirely their fault. Oops, I just killed Jeb, Bob, and Bill on my permadeath save. Rip. That sucks, Ryan. Points dramatically. Undiagnosed autism. You pointed at me, Ethereal? You pointed at me? I don't know and I don't want to know, dude. A skyscraper that moves and also launches another skyscraper into space. CK3, if you're thinking about it like that, I'm actually kind of amazed that this project didn't like balloon to like $10 billion or something stupid. Seriously. And you guys, if you think I'm full of it, you could go read the GAO reports. How do you think I know all this information? The government accountability reports. Okay. You really didn't end up using a lot of fuel in the capsule this time, but that's okay. How much did Starship and the launch mounts cost? Seriously, there's no valid excuse. What do you mean there's no valid excuse, Drummer? You don't think the tower costs billions of dollars to make? What are you, out of your mind? Okay, we're go for SM separation. SM separation confirmed. Reorienting the vehicle. Yaw reorientation thrusters. Good. Shut SAS off. Make sure our roll control thrusters are working correctly. Okay, we're past entry interface here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, goalie. That's... Like I said, the real problem here is that you know, you designed a rocket that doesn't work too well with Complex 39. That's the truth. Now, the space shuttle got around this because the space shuttle didn't have a launch umbilical tower. So they could deal with the heavier SRBs because they didn't have a launch tower attached to the mobile launcher. They put the launch towers on the sides of the pad. That was their way of getting around it. Whoever originally recommended SLS did not think about this. H and N for forward back translation bucks for RCS. Yeah, Tessa, something like that. Why don't they do the same for SLS? What do you mean, Billy? Ablation. Why don't they do the same for SLS? Why do we need to move the tower? Because the people that came up with the architecture were morons. Like, morons. No, Tessa, we're gonna come down right here, right next to the island. It's pretty much exact same shot. What I'm doing is I'm testing capsule cross-range capability. It's not much, but it's there. You can use it to steer this thing if you really want to. It would be better if we were doing a skip trajectory. It would be easier to steer this thing. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm S-turning the pod by rolling it with an offset center of mass. Should have about 200 ablation here. Oh no, that was from the lunar missions. We only have 150. That's perfect. Okay, capsule is out of plasma blackout. Everything's looking good here. Coming up right during sunrise. Dump the ablator. Why? Slow down more? Why do I need to slow down more? The drogue chutes work just fine, dude. Welcome home, Edvis, Lenzel, and Franklin. That's right. Shoot. Two good mains. I'll tell you what I'd do, man. Two mains at the same time, man. Dang straight, I always wanted to do that. Yeah, everything looks good here. Pop two mains at the same time, man. Always wanted to do that. Figure I could hook that up. $150. $100. $80. $60. $40. $20. $10. $5. We have splash. Table 1. Hey fellas. Okay, so something I'm noticing here. When we landed the capsule last night that came back from the moon, which is the same craft file, might I add. The capsule kind of sunk into the water and kind of the door was basically, the water was at the door, right? This thing seems to be floating up on its heat shield. It's floating a lot higher. I'm genuinely wondering why that's going on. Huh. That's weird. I don't trust your water in this save. Dude, I don't even know what the hell's going on with that thing, man. I didn't change anything. Can you rotate the capsule? No. We did have more ablation on the heat shields last night because they came back from the moon. Maybe heat shield buoyancy has to do with it with ablator quantity. Possibly. Is there any... Hey, Airborne, what's up, man? All right, cool. First part of the mission figured out. Did you land in the Great Salt Lake? I landed where the same place we landed last night. Hey, Titan and Bree are here. Oh, pom pom. Come up here, my boy. Come up here, my boy.
Daddy, I'm naked, Daddy!
Come
Daddy!
Hello.
I'm so naked!
How you doing, buddy? How you doing?
I'm so naked! Oh my God.
Look at this boy. Look at this boy. Hello. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Look at, yeah, we're playing Kerbal. Do you know Kerbal?
No.
No? All right.
What's a Kerbal?
You're kind of like a Kerbal. You know that?
I do make those noises sometimes.
Yeah, you do. Hello. Hello, my...
How you doing?
I'm fine. You want to pause for a second?
Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
We're back. Come on up here. Get up here, my boy. Hello. Hello, my dear.
Oh, sorry. There was one more thing I can't tell you. on chat.
One more thing.
One more thing.
All right.
Sorry.
One more thing.
I was gonna tell you before you came in, when you came in last night, and then I was asleep.
Yeah, playing Battlefield to 2 in the morning does that.
Oh.
I'll be right back 1 second. Okay, I'm back. See you later, Bree.
See ya.
Sometimes I think he leaves us because he thinks we smell. I mean, you do. Not you, but you. Yeah, you should probably take a shower. Right, before you started, forget your moon architecture. You linked it already. All right, let's see if we can get some UI scaling figured out here real quick before we go any further. I'm sorry, I just worked on a door. Worked on a door? Man, I was out working in the shop underneath the car, and I don't smell. I'm just saying. That's pretty neat. You just took a shower? I told you some of you don't smell. I'm installing a door because the last one fell apart. Well, whose fault is that? All right. What's the name of this mod, Tessa? Linux works on this mod. That's a gorgeous piece of artwork on your desktop. I'm a fan, dude. 4K SP from Linux. I always forget how to use CCAN. Nice, Geeson. There you go. How was old Linux? Good. Airborne. I saw him. He was in here yesterday. Possibly get KER. I knew you. See, I knew you would do this. I knew you would do this. I knew you'd do it. I'll recommend this mod that would be very beneficial. Oh, while you're at it, you should get this thing that I want. I knew you'd do this. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. In fact, frick you guys. All I need to do is read the UI. You guys just look at the fancy pictures. You don't get that. Now you don't even get that. Now you get nothing. Now you get nothing. Melon farmer. Wow, that wasn't very nice. What? He farms melons. Firefly and Scansat, two good mods EJ would like. All right. Oh, Kerbal constructs. Oh, neat. Excellent. All right. Well, I haven't launched the game yet, so that would probably be a good idea to back up the save. You want to get Firefly? Nah, I don't want to do any visual mods. We'll do visual mods the next time we Kerbal. I don't use CCAN very often, Ryan, to be honest with you. Nah, don't worry about it, dudes. Let's jump back in. Firefly makes re-entry look really cool. Yeah, I know, but we already started this save without any with the visual effects that we have, and I don't. I'd like to keep it the same if that's okay. Oof, what's that, Hellfish? That's a tweet from Ryan. Ryan did this purely for my own curiosity. This is how Apollo and Artemis timelines compare. What is the cost difference? The cost difference is huge. Apollo's budget is like way up here. Artemis is just down here. What is this? Toolbar controller intro. I don't want to. No. What is this? The general population is too invested in everything else to be excited about going back to the moon. It seems like one of those we already went, nothing exciting here. explain SpaceX then. Need to be in map view. Why mod? It's so you guys can see stuff better. I put 4 KSP in so you guys can actually read this stuff. Can't read, boss. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Nix. That's fine right there. Good. SpaceX is making it exciting. I've always been excited about space exploration. I mean, like, the hype from the 60s just isn't there like it used to be. If that is the best way to put it. No, I understand. I can't. I need to make this window bigger, but I don't know how to. Yeah. Nothing affects it. Oh, okay. Yeah, it sucks. No problem, Ronnie. All right. I had a 30-year-old friend seriously asked if people have gone into space since the moon landing. Answer the question, man. That's a pretty reasonable thing to ask if you don't follow the space program. It's not like NASA's been sending people into space lately. Solar orbit station possible. Yeah, but I'm not. Science data from space around the moon. Science data from the space around Kerbal. Ferry 4 tourists safely to their destination. Wow, that pay is amazing. Build a new station that has an antenna, docking port, it can generate power. The station must be fully assembled when launched, have a facility supporting 10 Kerbals. Have a mobile processing lab, have 3 scientists on the station? Oh, geez, no. This tourist one is a flyby of the moon. Attach a new part to a satellite. No. The task at hand, guys, is... I picked up these because I have stuff up there that can do that already. We're going for a lunar landing, and then we're going for a min-miss landing right after that. So let's get our lunar architecture figured out here. We're gonna have to build a lander. Yeah, if that wasn't as ridiculous, dude, I would do it. But yeah. No, Tessa. Just give me a second. Sorry guys, I lost my train of thought here. So I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try going outside and taking a breath of fresh air. I know it's strange. I know what I want to do. I just can't put it into words. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Man, that actually worked. Holy crap. All right, so. So what I'm going to do, guys, is the first thing that I do is I want to introduce those block upgrades to the capsule. It's not too crazy. It's just modifying the thrusters, making sure the action groups work, etc., etc. The action groups for the toggleable thrusters, so the cow controller system, and kind of go from there. Yeah, the other thing is that 2 of these thrusters are on by default. And I'm not sure why I did that. And then the actuation toggles on those aren't right either. I don't like that. Cool. All right. So, the reason why I want to introduce the block upgrades to the capsule is because I have to reintegrate the capsule to an Octo, to the Octo 3 vehicle. I have to put the Taurus capsule back on. We have to reintegrate it in the craft file. The reason why I got to reintegrate it is because I'm going to move this to the Block 2. The Block 2 version of the Octo 3 vehicle. If we're going to do that, I'm going to redesign the decoupler. That's something that I was thinking about doing yesterday, but decided to do the lunar mission first. So, the reason why I want to upgrade the capsule to the Block 2 vehicle, you know, the one with the scissor wing that flies back. The reason why I want to do that is we're going to need the throw. We're going to need the throw for the lander. So, all right, let's discuss spaceflight architectures. We're going to go for the moon and Minmus. I don't want to design one craft that can go to both. For in the future, we're going to do lunar landings by themselves. Like we go land on the moon, maybe do a precise lander or something. What do we start with? Do we start with... So let's think about this. The capsule can get out there. It can get out there. The capsule could pretty much get out there by itself. So we could launch the capsule into space and it could get to low lunar. And back, no problem. It absolutely can do that. We designed it that way. I did that on purpose. If we look, the capsule, we set this to vacuum. It says 941 meters a second. Oh,
Discovery. Go
we have to take this off. It's 1400 and it's 1400, almost 1500. All right, so that's good. But now, hey, Swifty Spiffy, what's up, dude? How you doing? 52-month resub. Thanks, bud. So, capsule will go. But I designed the capsule to be the reason. Part of the reason why I gave the capsule so much delta V is because I really want it to be able to, if we need to, circularize stuff out at the moon. We could circularize the lander. I think low lunar is a good idea. I don't think we need to put the. I mean, we could put the station in a place where we could basically. Well, not station. I was thinking let's just go low lunar because that works. I'm not going to put a station there just yet unless the game wants me to and we do it later. But that's what I mean. Maybe the game in the future wants me to put a station up there and maybe the capsule, we got to move it out. Maybe we move it out there with a capsule, right? Or we take our service module. And instead of a capsule, we build a station module into the front. We could do that too. That's absolutely doable. Doing well. Hope you and chat are as well. Hey, we're just doing the space stuff. You know. Don't forget to pack ice cream cones. Now, if we're gonna set the capsule to be able to get to low lunar with payload, right? What type of lander are we opting for at this point in time? So let's take a look at some different architectures. So, Apollo, the only thing to ever send stuff to the moon, or send people to the moon, used what's called an LOR architecture, Lunar Orbit Rendezvous. Meaning your lander and your capsule were launched in one shot. They were launched on one vehicle, the Saturn V, and they sent the whole thing out to the moon. They sent the lander, so the third stage, the CSM and the lander. When they were around the moon, the landing component detached, landed on the surface of the moon, came back up, rendezvoused in lunar orbit with the CSM, separated the Ascent module because the lander's two-stage. You have a stage down and a stage up, right? And then CSM came home. Now there are other ways to do this. There are other ways to do lunar orbit rendezvous too. LOR can be done a couple of different ways. You could either send it all in one shot, right? Or you could send it all in one shot with one big rocket, or you could send it over a couple of different launches with 2 or 3 rockets. You could send the capsule out there, or you could send the lander out there, have it circularize, and then send the capsule out there and have it circularize, and then dock the two together in lunar orbit, transfer to the lander, go down to the surface, etc., etc. We could get away with that. China wants to do a dual launch LOR. That's correct. That's what they want to do. Great capsule, EJ, but your interim administrator says you need to ditch it for the shuttle. Are these really the jokes that we want to make? Are these really the jokes we want to make, dude? Anyway. That's a way to do it. The other way to do it would be to rendezvous a transfer stage, a lander, and a capsule in Earth orbit or Kerbal orbit, and then send that old kit and caboodle out to the moon. That's the flip side of lunar orbit rendezvous. It's called Earth orbit rendezvous. So we got to think about, with our state of a launch vehicle, setting a goal of sending a Kerbal to the lunar surface and returning him safely to Kerbal is one to serve and organize and measure the best of our skills. I say we cancel this project. Think about how much money you'll save. So, Earth orbit rendezvous architectures have been proposed in the past. So we gotta figure out what's gonna organize and measure the best of our skills. So, check this out. The Constellation program used an EOR, but it was using an EOR using 2 different types of launch vehicles, albeit from the same family of rockets. You have Ares 5 over here and Ares 1, okay? Ares 1 had a 5-segment solid rocket booster, hydrolox upper stage, and was designed to just get the Orion capsule into low Earth orbit. Somewhat analogous in function in our space program to what Octo 3 is doing, right? Pretty close. Could EOR also be done with a basic station component to drop off? At the moon, Il Matrix? Sure. So, think about this for a second. We got some stuff to kind of deal with. So, the easiest way to do this probably for us would be to do lunar orbit rendezvous using an Octo 3 that launches the lander out there and another Octo 3 that launches the crew out there. That's a quick way of getting there. That'll work. That basically would be like using Ares 1 to get out to the moon. And only Ares 1. Or, like, a modern day equivalent would be like Falcon 9 or something. Now, with all that being said, okay? Hang on. Okay. With all that being said, Constellation was going to do something slightly different. Constellation was going to do an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture, but with a medium to heavy duty launch vehicle and a super heavy launch vehicle. Now, why? Why would Constellation do that? Why would you do that? Why not, when we had the opportunity after Columbia to just redo the Apollo program? Well, this affords you a little bit of flexibility in your mission architecture. So what does that mean? With Constellation, you don't rely on your super heavy launch vehicle to get people into space. Apollo did this with the Saturn 1B. Pretty straightforward, right? Ares 1 could get Orion up into low Earth orbit for it to, do whatever. Now, with Ares 5, in the initial parts of the Constellation program, or not initial, when the Constellation program was canceled because people are stupid, when it was canceled, Ares 5 was specifically, at least originally, designed around a lunar lander. That lunar lander was called Altair, and here's a shot, a render of it, what it would look like on the moon. We'd be tooling up one of these things right now to go out to the moon if Constellation had kept going. Yeah. Altair was much larger than the LEM, like way bigger. And because Ares 5 would have had a 10-meter fairing, you don't need to worry about making your lunar lander some weird funky saddle lander or some weird funky lander that's too tall or, something that's going to tip over or something that doesn't have wide landing legs. You could make a huge freaking lander out of this. Now, the real reason why Constellation, at least initially, was going to use Altair and was going to use Ares 5 to throw this up into low Earth orbit and then have an Orion dock to it is because Altair is a single stage lunar lander. Wait, no, is it? No, it's... Hold on. Give me a second. Now I have to read. Now I think I may have confused this with something else. It's 2-stage, I'm pretty sure. So the Ascent module's up there. Yeah, you had a... Yeah. Yeah, LTR was envisioned in having 2 stages. The descent module comprising of propellant tanks and main engine landing gear and support structure with the ascent module. An ascent module was a pressurized crew cabin. Life support systems, docking systems, avionics. Okay, all right. I was thinking of something else. Now, I'll still explain why it was done this way. So the reason why they wanted to do LTR this way is so you could have good throw weight to the moon. Now, initially, it would have been 2-stage, but I do believe they would have eventually took Altair and make it reusable. Like you could go up and down from the surface. That isn't a problem. I'm pretty sure they were eventually going to do that. Yeah, it was supposed to end up being a lunar SSTO, and you would have you could have a gigantic throw with it. This would actually make it so it's actually super viable in bringing stuff down to the surface. Like, you're not just going to send flags and footprints, right? Does this sound familiar? This can actually land stuff on the moon. It's a big honking lander, 10 meter in diameter. That's 33 feet wide, guys. It's huge. And Ares 5 would have been able to throw this thing. They went with the EOR architecture to take into account such a gigantic lander. All right. Now, in Apollo's lunar orbit rendezvous architecture, the command service module and the lander circularize around the moon using the CSM's engines. If I'm remembering this correctly, Altair was supposed to use its engines to circularize, not Orion's. Now, Orion and the Ascent module are basically payload for this big honking lander to be able to go wherever. Yeah, and the idea is with the... I remember now, Nova. The idea is with an Ascent module, a staged Ascent module like this, you can basically put whatever you want up here and you can get whatever down to the surface of the moon. Yeah, they wanted to Make another lunar rover. Yep. What about Earth Moon L1 point rendezvous? You can't do that in KSP, Childrew. KSP doesn't have Lagrangian physics. You can't do it. It's not that advanced of a physics simulator. It's good enough, but it's Keplerian physics. It's not full Newtonian, dude. So there's Altair bringing a station module back down, or bringing a station module down. They would have mounted cranes on this thing, so you could take the module off eventually if you really wanted to. Yeah, so basically what they wanted is a gigantic lunar lander. They went with this huge freaking lunar lander so you could get whatever.
Go at throttle up.
You could get whatever down to the surface. You could explore anywhere you want on the moon. You could do whatever you wanted. Initially with a 2-stage ascent module, then they would have made this thing reusable eventually and go from there. So, Constellation, what I'm trying to tell you is that Constellation's architecture was centered around Earth orbit rendezvous because of such a gigantic lunar lander. Now, here's something to think about, dudes. Constellation wasn't just designed to go back to the moon. It was designed to eventually go back to Mars on top of that, right? The other reason why Constellation used an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture is because the Constellation program eventually would have switched. It was actually flexible. You could do it. You could use it to go to the moon, or you could use it to, you could use an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture to build transfer vehicles in low Earth orbit. And those transfer vehicles would have eventually ended up being how we get to Mars. We'd be basically working on the transfer vehicles. Right now, they'd be in PDR right now if Constellation was still going. Preliminary design review, which means they're drawing up the blueprints for them. Hey, James, 8-month resub. Thank you. Yep. Now, building these transfer vehicles out. Once again, this is why Constellation championed DOR. Big lunar lander, but Ares 5 was designed to make these. The moon was just a good way to test the Orion capsule and get, it's there. You have a vehicle that is 180 ton throw weight into low Earth orbit, right? With a 10 meter fairing. You got to test it somehow. Test it with the damn lander. How many crew could you put on that and cargo like moon buggies and experiments? Brandon, Altair was a monster, just monster vehicle. Here, listen. The Altair design was much larger than its predecessor, the LEM, almost 5 times the volume, occupying a total of 1,120 cubic feet, 32 cubic meters. Okay, compared with the Apollo lander's 235, 6.7 cubic meters. 32 feet tall, 9.8 meter, 49 feet, 15 meter wide with the landing gear extended. Yeah, RL-10A5's on the descent stage. Smart. I don't know what this thing's down mass to the moon is. Never mind. 14.5 tons, 32,000 pounds to the surface with Constellation's architecture. Guys, Altair could land a fully fueled LEM almost on the moon. This thing, you could put Apollo's lunar lander up here and it could get it down to the surface. Well, almost. The LEM is 16 tons, so it's close. Yeah. Altair's a monster. We should have made it. It's much nicer when NASA controls the architecture and doesn't have to farm out part of its architecture for commercial and not get exactly what it needs. Just saying. That Moon to Mars idea was not an idea they abandoned. Yes, Aqualux, but there's a certain subtlety to this. To even sit here and insinuate that the Artemis program is anywhere near a feature-complete architecture compared to Constellation is airing ludicrousness. Ludicrousy? Whatever. Ludocracy. No, that's crazy. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that it was abandoned. I'm saying we got rid of this architecture and replaced it with something that's a pipe dream for the most part. Never said anything about execution. What are you talking about, dude? Can I just explain the damn architecture to people that don't understand it? Can we just do that? The word lunacy has its basis on the moon. Oh, yeah. Okay, anyway, where was I? So, the idea is that they opted for EOR, for Earth Orbit Rendezvous, for going to the moon, because they would have made bigger architectures in the future. Now, that's contrast to like Starship or something, which is basically just build something that gets to Mars and then kind of back retrofit it with HLS going to the moon. And it would work. The adaptability of Starship and SpaceX, you just basically, yeah, just go to the moon. It's not a big deal. Almost seems like you could use that architecture to design and do Mars sample return. Well, yeah. So the Constellation program, if we look at the logo of the Constellation program, you see three kind of rings here. Not rings, but and the three rings were meant for restore low Earth orbit access with Orion, go to the moon, and then go to Mars. In 3 distinct phases. Serby, if you don't mind me asking, I would love to know how you started your streaming career, because I want to also do some science journalism stuff or make a science YouTube channel for my astrophysics and aerospace projects. How I started Twitch streaming, I was playing KSP, and I had no good way to share my screen with my buddies that wanted to watch me play. Twitch, this was before Discord screen sharing, man. So Twitch was the best way to do it at the time. And then, yeah, it was public, so everybody just, yeah. That's how I got into it, man. My friends convinced me to do it because I was being stubborn. I was like, people don't care what I'm doing. But turns out that was wrong. You mean Justin TV? Yeah. What do you think about doing a Dynetics-esque lander? The saddle lander? That thing's a piece of junk. That's what I think about doing that. The thing's a piece of snot. So the point that I'm getting at is that if we're going to go to the moon, we have a capsule, and we have a capsule that works, and we have a capsule that's good enough to do lunar architecture no matter what we do. No matter if we do EOR, LOR, LOR2 launch, LOR single launch, it doesn't matter. Oh, the capsule's good enough, and I engineered it that way on purpose. Now, we really got to get into thinking about our architecture here. What was that logo to the right of the NASA logo? The Space Force? Saddle lander always make me wonder what happens in an engine out event. Piece of junk, dude. Thanks. In your opinion, without getting too political, what's the feasibility of having a successful mission to the moon this summer with the proposed budget cuts to NASA? Artemis 2 is happening regardless of what happens with NASA's budget. And it's not February, it's not in the summertime. But Artemis 2 is only a lunar flyby. So, what is Space Force? Space Force is an offshoot of the Department of the Air Force specializing in space situational awareness and space debris management on orbit. I lost my train of thought. What the hell? So, we got to think about what our architecture is here. What are we doing? What are we doing with this? Oh, my bad. I thought they already delayed it further. They tried to, but NASA brought it back close again. They abusing the Star Trek logo. It's a delta. It doesn't matter, whatever. I lost my train of thought again, dudes. We're basically thinking about what kind of architecture we want. What are we going to need for this? Now, when I like to build out architectures, dudes, I like to make sure that, like the capsule, like the Taurus here, Taurus capsule, I like to make sure that we build it out for kind of the long term. The Taurus capsule is designed to be used for a long period of time. I designed it similar in function to the Orion CEV, not this thing. That's the MCPV, the multi-purpose crew vehicle dookie thing. The Orion crew exploration vehicle was basically our current Orion capsule on steroids. It had its own service module. The service module was uprated for low lunar if you need to. It had way more delta V. It had way more delta V than the cheaper off-the-shelf solution now, which is the European service module. The European service module is derived from the Europeans' ATV, the automated transfer vehicle. It was an ISS resupply vehicle. Note that there is a big adapter right here, and that service module looks awfully tiny attached to the back of Orion. It looks like it doesn't belong because it doesn't. That's what the capsule was supposed to look like. Much bigger service module. And cool circular payload panels. So when I say, people ask me like, oh, is your capsule based off of Orion? Kind of. It's more the CEV than anything, if you really want to know. And I will introduce another upgrade to get the circular solar panels on this thing. So, fellas, I personally like Constellation. I think Constellation is a fine architecture. I think, or at least the concept of operations, or what's called ConOps. I think the ConOps behind it are quite good. But there are some trade-offs here. If we go to the moon, right, and we start designing out our architecture for going to the moon, we're going to need something like Ares 5, because I already have something similar in function to Ares 1. That's close enough. Why does it say Complex 39 in White Sands? Is there is a launch complex in White Sands? No, it's where they would have done the abort testing. And if you do EOR, the tiny service module doesn't matter, right? Correct. Yep. Can we make those panels circular? There are circular solar panels that you can unlock. I have a question. If Ares 5 was brought into the real world, would it have been a competitive rocket? There's no demand for a 180-ton throw weight into Leo ship. Probably not. It would probably... Ares 5 would probably be launching somewhat similar in price to the tune of SLS. Probably be about the same. But Ares 5 is huge. That is not SLS over there on the right. It's bigger. Way bigger. Ares 5 core stages are 10 meters. They're as big as a Saturn V. Ares 5 is more a Saturn V with freaking gigantic SRBs attached to the side. Yeah. Moon or Minmus first? It doesn't really matter, Orion. Doesn't really matter. Isn't our budget a little tight? Yes. So Nova, that's what I'm getting into. This is what I would like, but we're not going to be able to scale to this. I can't build a big vehicle like this right now. We don't have the money. We got the capsule going. The capsule's all fine and dandy. So now, here comes the next question. All right. I could sit here, and we could sit here and I could design systems all day. I could do it for weeks, months, years on end, because I have in the past. What I'm aiming to do with this career mode save, okay? One of the things that I'm aiming to do, and hopefully this will eventually transfer over to mission mode. What I'm aiming to do is spend the least amount of time in the SPH sitting here designing something. I want to design stuff that is more designed to last. Because I want to design stuff right now that will fit into our long-term mission architecture. So what's called our long-term stakeholder expectations. So what is our long-term stakeholder expectations? I'm sorry, guys. I like Constellation. I think Constellation is awesome. I think building transfer vehicles on orbit is a fantastic system. I really like this. And I think this, with our Taurus capsule attached to the front, building a big old transfer vehicle like this, I think is the cool way to do things, and that is what I want to do. I kind of was trying to keep that under wraps, but I can't really keep it under wraps if we're going to try to explain how we're going to engineer things. Rob, everything is going well. Can you build a refueling station in Kerbal? Oh, absolutely. Sure. You can mine materials off of other planets and use ISRU or in situ resource utilization to make fuel. I think this is a good architecture for us for the time being. And this will be a great way to build transfer vehicles. But once again, we're going to need a heavy launch vehicle. And we can't, the game wants us to go to the moon, and we do not have the parts nor the budget to build out something like that. Octo 3 Heavy. What company was working on those inflatable modules, and they even popped a few in testing? Bigelow. Bigelow went belly up because I don't know. And they renationalized the patents because it was a NASA. It was derived from NASA's what's called Transhab, and Sierra Space actually picked up the patents. And Sierra Space is working on inflatable modules. So you know, Sierra Space, the company that's known for being punctual with their spaceflight projects. Lockheed Martin is actually also working on inflatable modules as well. Is there a lander to go with this design? So Brandon, for exploring other planets, this is the other reason why I thought this would be a good idea. These transfer vehicles, right? These transfer vehicles would have multiple different variants here. So here is, for instance, the Martian architecture. Okay? So the idea would be to build out multiple transfer vehicles, have them loiter in low Earth orbit, and send them both in a transfer vehicle at the same time. Then 26 months later, you do the same thing with the crew-rated stuff. right? Now, let me think about how they did this.
Listen,
Hey, Jackal.
Dave here. The Eagle has landed.
Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That is why it is called the present. Hope your month has been better than mine, lol. Keep it, brother.
Yeah, I'm working on it, dude. I'm working on it. So, I'm thinking, where's the MDAV? Yeah, okay. 7, 8. Jettison. Transmartian injection drock thing. 180-day transfer. Use Orion to transfer to the HAB lander, then entry, descent, and landing on Oh my god, dude. This is, guys, honestly, this is righteous architecture. It's really good. I mean, couldn't we just build stations around Earth, Moon, and Mars and have Greyhound bus type transfers? Yes, Rob, but orbital mechanics makes that a little bit difficult. You wouldn't go to the moon you wouldn't go to Mars via the moon. That's like being in New York City and say, I want to go south to Boston. That doesn't really make sense. Delta V wise, it's kind of better. And once again, this is why Constellation is centered around Earth orbit architecture, because it doesn't make sense to go to the moon and then go to Mars. Or go to Mars to go to the moon. That doesn't make any sense. You'd go from Earth orbit as your launching point, and you'd go to the moon and back, or you'd go to Mars and back, right? That makes more sense from an efficiency standpoint. Now, the only way that really works is if you build in orbital refueling around the moon from in situ resource utilization. So that's why the answer is kind of yes, but it kind of is no. It really depends on your architecture. Doing that with this doesn't make any sense. This was designed to have ISRU production set up on Mars and have them make the fuel in the first transfer window. So by the time somebody got there, the Martian Ascent vehicle has a full tank of gas and is ready to go. So Brandon, you asked, is there a lander to go with this design? The lander is over here. And they would spend 526 days on Mars. Martian Ascent vehicle to orbit. You know what? There's a video. There's a YouTube video of this thing out here. I'll show you. Here, I'll show you. Look. So you have your cargo lander, you have your HAB lander, and then you have your CTV, your crew transfer vehicle. Crew transfer vehicle has the Orion on it. Dude, that thing would have been such an insane vehicle to see fly. SLS is close, but it's not that. That's ridiculous. That has a bigger payload capacity, albeit an expendable vehicle, than Starship. So check this out. This would have put the transfer stages into orbit. Right? And then Ares 5 launches 3 and 4. Would have been for the HAB and the ISRU. Dude, this architecture is superbly complicated now that I'm thinking about it. But the idea is that Constellation would have been rolled out in phases. They're not trying to do all this at once. So when the first Martian transfer window shows up, here's what you do. You send both of them. Did this use any orbital refueling? Nope. So those are nuclear powered transfer stages. They're nuclear thermal. No need to refuel. I got you, Jax. Thank you. Could Starship be integrated into this with the Mars lander being Starship? Sure. Yeah, that could be a Starship over there for transfer and landing. Yeah. So the cargo lander would go through entry, descent, and landing. Right? It would jettison its fairing, and what is encapsulated inside of this fairing is a gigantic cargo rack that's designed to set up in situ resource utilization, and it also has the rover and stuff on it. And they would have used robots to set up shop, basically. I built something similar to this make a little while back. Now, don't get me wrong, fellas. I am not going to copy Constellation. I don't want to do that. I think this is good inspiration, but I spent years building analogs of stuff. I don't want to do that. I'm going to build my own stuff. How often does Earth-Mars, Mars-Earth transfer window occur? Charles, every 26 months. The next transfer window is the end of 2026, for what it's worth. So check this out. Now, between the first and second transfer window, we would launch, so 26 months, we'd launch Ares, and we'd use that to, so you have one launch for the stage, second launch for the drop tank, yes, gigantic drop tank, third launch for the crew habitation component. I would like to note that the third launch has an Orion already attached to it. Just remember that. That has an Orion already attached to it. And then the fifth launch for the second transfer window would be an Ares 1 with an Orion attached to it, and the Orion would dock to the second port here. Hey, Nazalik. And once the crew set up shop inside of the transfer vehicle, the Orion that they came up with undocks. Now, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do the two Orion solution. I could just launch one and go from there. They needed to do this because it's real solar system. Nobody launched on that Orion, on the Orion that's docked on the long axis. Nobody launched on that one. So, when the crewed transfer vehicle arrives, it rendezvous with the orbiting HAB. And then Orion docks with the back end of it. Transfers the crew. The Orion capsule goes back to the transfer vehicle, because that's your ride back to Earth, basically. Now, crew is on board the HAB lander entry, descent, and landing. Guys, I'll be honest with you. This is kind of insane. This is kind of nuts. I forgot that crew actually landed in one of these things. Like, that's the lander. That's actually kind of borderline psycho. Like, this is... I'd rather come down in a starship. I mean, but this isn't that far off, right? So it'll aero brake from low Mars, right? Aeroshell separation and supersonic retropropulsive braking! Ugh! Why did they bother with Orion? Why not dock the transfer vehicle to the big lander? Yeah, I don't know. What about a Shuttle C shuttle-derived launch vehicle? Yeah, Ryan, that would be pretty good, but that's not really what I want to do. I can't believe they would put crew down in that damn thing. That's absolutely insane. I love it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the Orion, that's right. The Orion is there so you could get back to the surface on Earth. Yeah, and from the transfer vehicle, they would set up... From the transfer vehicle, you set up shop with the rovers and whatnot. Now, meanwhile, the cargo lander, the first thing that landed down on the Martian surface, cargo lander is your in situ resource utilization. Remember I said they're setting up shop? What they were setting up shop for is to fuel the lander, or fuel your MAV, your Mars Ascent vehicle. Your Ascent vehicle is an Orion-derived spacecraft. And when their 526-day stay on the Martian surface is done, the Martian Ascent vehicle, SSDOs, back up, rendezvous with the transfer vehicle, and they leave it in Mars orbit. Spoiler alert. I mean, this is just con ops, Brendan, but yeah, we can make our own modifications to it. And that's why Orion can talk to basically any launch or other space vehicle or station. Bingo. The Mandela effect, there's no seahorse emoji. Yep. Transfer vehicle recircularizes around Earth, and the crew just comes back down on a regular descent with Orion. You thought it was a slow return? What type of return did it say? I think it's just a home and transfer back. No, the Mars lifter. I don't know. Can the crew transfer vehicle be reusable? They were, yeah, absolutely. Fellas, you know, I don't know. Hold on. I actually don't have that question. I would assume that the transfer vehicles are reusable. Jax, where's that dang old PDF? I mean, I got one here. Modules were mounted to a large capacity for Earth for spacecraft recovery and possible reuse. Oh, okay. Martian Ascent vehicles jettison. The crew then begins a week-long checkout and verification of all MTV systems, jettisons the TDM and contingency consumables, and performs trans-Earth injection to begin the journey back to Earth. After a 180-day return trip, the crew enters the MPCV, separates from the NTV, and re-enters the atmosphere, while Copernicus flies by Earth at a sufficiently high altitude and is disposed of into heliocentric space. Although Copernicus was operated in an expendable mission mode, in DRA 5.0, to reduce the total IMLEO and number of HLV launches, it can readily be modified to operate in a reuse mode by providing the vehicle with additional propellant capacity discussed elsewhere. So it would have been expendable initially, but yeah, over time. Do you know the general style of lander that you're looking for? Well, that really comes down to it. Right now, I think it would be prudent to start with a small crewed lander. So, does that mean we got to have an ascent module? We're going to have to do an ascent module and descent module. Building something like Apollo out right now is probably a good idea, King, and that could lead to a scalable lander. I can't even speak straight, dude. What the hell's wrong with me? Speaking of Mars, do you about the project to recover science samples from Mars to Earth? I'll go get a glass of water out here. We'd be like 3/4 of the way towards a Mars mission if Constellation wasn't canceled. Hellfish, we would probably be, taking into account that Constellation may have encountered delays because it has a huge scope. The project is insane, and it's the right kind of insane. Let me put it that way. I would say PDR on the transfer vehicles. And maybe even a CDR, given the nominal range of, delays and not delays, would be done on the transfer vehicles right now. We'd be exploring the moon. Ares 5 would basically be ready to go, and we'd be testing Altair right now. Off topic, are we doing MSC tonight? Yeah, that's the idea. It's a big scope, but they had the parts they were going to be using under development, though. Yeah. So that transfer vehicle, I didn't realize it would initially be used in an expendable capacity. I'm not sure I want that. You know, like, I'm not sure I want that with our architectural design. Like, I like Constellation, but we're gonna, just like I took an Orion and made it what I want here with the Taurus capsule. I'm gonna, yeah, gotta figure that out. I'm thinking now. But see, like, here's the thing, fellas. You know, I wanted to explain all the architecture's thing about what we possibly could do, but right now, we're going to need Octo. We're going to need Octo 3, and we're going to have to do that way. I really don't have any other choice but building something like an Apollo, like the Apollo lander. Not, you know, like, I'm not trying to say, like, oh, I don't have any other choice. Like, we just don't have the budget to make something like Ares 5. Now, Octo 3 could lead to building something like that in the future if we really wanted, you know? That would be a lot of ship just to throw away after one time. It said it could be adapted, but no on-orbit refueling had been, like, yeah. They really didn't want to do that. I know a lot of people dunk on Constellation, but it really was a great plan along with a good long-term vision. Rarest, if you want my honest-to-God opinion, the people that dunk on Constellation don't understand what Constellation was supposed to be. Constellation was implemented under the vision for space exploration. The VSE was primarily... Vision for Space Exploration was like an advisory group that they made. About what NASA should be doing and where they need to be going. The reason why the VSE was made first and foremost was because of STS-107, because we lost Columbia. Secondly, and this is a big one, it's that they realized, you know, right around the time of Columbia that, you know, if you don't have a roadmap for what you're going to do over the next 20 to 30 years, you're just going to do what happened with the shuttle program. You're just going to sit there and dick around in low Earth orbit for 30 years. Weird concept. Roll D20. Why? Oh. Eight. Roll again. I win. So dude, I think I'm having a stronk or something. I'm kidding. You shouldn't joke about that, but we need to take I want to do something like Constellation, but we really need to work on adapting it for our stakeholder expectations, right? Lots of stuff going on. It's understandable. What missions do you have to get more funds? That's actually where I was going with that, Orion. We should build it around being able to do contractual missions. So we need to build something in between an architecture like Constellation that is just totally, you know, science, like let's say that's a science heavy style space program, but we also need profitability. So we're gonna have, that's what I mean. I don't want to copy Constellation. We copy Constellation, we're gonna run out of money. Or at least need to build up enough capital to do something crazy like that. So I mean, we still are technically a commercial space agency because we get paid and et cetera. So we're gonna have to come up with some modifications to it. But yeah, I think we can do it, and we already have a big piece of the puzzle, and this piece works amazing. Yeah, this piece works fantastic. So, I think we got to build out the lander. But I wanted to tell you guys like what my plans are. Like, okay, so let's think about this for a second. We have Octo with a lunar lander, right? So we dock the capsule and the lander together. Let's say my lander is, let's just give us a good rule of thumb for the lander and say the lander is 7 tons, just like my Minmus lander, the Minmus hopper, something along those lines. Okay? Does this thing have the power to move that out that far? Probably not. No, I don't think so. Capsule is fantastic. Thanks, Toma. So if we're going to use Octo, if we're going to use the Octo 3 vehicle in a Earth orbit rendezvous capacity, at least initially, we're going to need a transfer stage, we're going to need the lander, and we're going to need a way, and the capsule, right? And we're going to need a way to hook those all together and send them out. We don't really need to necessarily prioritize EOR or LOR in this capacity. Like we could do either one. So what do we think is the best? Well, I designed Octo 3, guys, to be able to throw a lander out to Minmus. It wouldn't take that much modifications to the Octo 3 vehicle to be, I mean, really, it's just give it a bigger payload fairing, right? Just it needs a bigger PLF. Give it a bigger payload fairing and redesign the tank architecture for the lander, and rebuild my Minmus lander into a descent stage with an Ascent module on top of it. The Ascent module is pretty much already made. We have the mem right there. That's pretty much good to go. I'll just unlock that. We have this. This is a great little Ascent module. We know it works. And I could put my little docking port on my pedal docking port on the top, and you know, that pretty much solves that problem. What about a reusable LEM that refuels on the moon? Do you want to build that into your initial capability, Chaz? I don't have ISRU unlocked, so we can't build that into our initial capability. I think you had a contract for 4 people around the moon for big bucks. 2 quick missions and you got the money and rep. Thanks, Two Toads. Card probe or something you can land and take off with. But it's not just building up the money, JDG. We need the science for the bigger, like to build a bigger vehicle. Hello, can you recap what's happening for new people? I'm coming up with where my space program wants to go in my career mode save, I'm coming up with how we're going to go about exploring the moon. Because right now, my next big objective is to land on the moon. Dual launch lunar orbit rendezvous sounds like the plan. Well, yeah, no, but especially since we built out Octo 3 around the expectations of being able to yeet a vehicle out to Minmus for a science return mission, I think that's a good idea. Why not make a Skylab first? Can you multiply the science faster that way? I mean, Jim, we could make a science module. I don't have a problem with that. LOR is the play. Your service module's already designed for it. Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think LOR with a revamped block, the 2-1 Octo 3 vehicle, that's the way to go. That's absolutely the way to go. Yeah, cool. All right. I'm sorry we really didn't get anything designed here, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Now, where do we want to go with that from there? Because LOR is not going to get us anything useful. It's good for exploring the moon in Minmus, and I think that's what we're going to do for a little while until we build up funds to build out that bigger vehicle, and then switch back to an EOR architecture for Duna and Eve flyby missions. Okay. I know what I want to do. We're good. There you go. That's the plan, dudes. One thing I don't love about KSP is that you already kind of know what your capability will be in the future in regards to the tech tree. It would be cool if stuff was kind of semi-randomly unlocked as time went on. That'd be cool. Sorry, LOR and EOR, Lunar Orbit Rendezvous, Earth Orbit Rendezvous. I think Earth Orbit Rendezvous is better if you're exploring things that aren't Minmus and the moon. Octo 3 is a stopgap between this and the heavy lift vehicle. Well, you gotta, Pigzig, basically, you gotta remember that Octo 3 is basically our Ares 1 at this point. Perfect. It's a perfect vehicle. It's a good vehicle for doing science mission. Actually, we're really gonna end up building out like a Ares 1, Ares 5 thing, but it's gonna quite actually be like Falcon 9 and SLS like put together into one good architecture. But yeah, that's good, man. All right, LOR is the play for now when you're doing this on a budget. I agree. That's a good way to do this, fellas. We'll start working on the changes to the. So we have to roll out new changes for the capsule for our AG toggles, right? We have to work out changes for the capsule for the Cal controller toggle to be able to disable and enable RCS, right? We need to engineer out a lander, and then I need to redesign Octo. We should give it a name. We need to redesign Octo 3 into a Mark. Greg, Larry. At least in KSP, you don't need to wait on EVA suit development. Yeah. Yeah. Octovius. Yeah, we'll figure out a good name for it. So yeah. Work on the capsule, introduce the block upgrades to the capsule, start building out a lander, and we need to rework Octo 3 again. Landon McLander. The Hammerhead Eagle Eye Thrust. Nah, I'll remember it, O-Force. We're good. That explains why I like it so much. What? This video? Pashto? Constellation was righteous, dude. Righteous. We had, dare I say, an architecture better than Apollo. Actually on the books. And more or less funded. Hey, Violin, what's going on? NASA estimated that the original policy would cost $230 billion in 2004 dollars through 2025, including the Commercial Crew and Cargo program, which is separate from the Constellation program. Yeah, Commercial Crew and Cargo was part of the Constellation program, by the way. However, unsolved technical and design challenges made it impossible for NASA to provide a conclusive estimate. How's your back these days? Yeah. Upon taking office, President Obama declared Constellation to be over budget, behind schedule, and lacking in innovation. A review concluded that it would cost on the order of $150 billion for Constellation to reach its objectives if it was adhering to its original schedule. Another review in 2009, ordered by the president, indicated that neither a return to the moon nor a crewed flight to Mars was within NASA's current budget. So, let me just think about this. This was in 2000, 150 billion. So 2009 through the third leg of the Constellation, which means that MTV transfer mission. That would have happened. The transfer vehicle mission would have happened. We'd be basically, it would be the late 2020s. For the transfer vehicle mission to Mars. So let's say 2029, 20 years, right? Nice round number. That's actually pretty reasonable. Okay, so 20 years divided by 150 billion total. If you flat funded it, oh my goodness. Yeah, sorry, I did the math backwards. Sorry, my brain all of a sudden just turned to paste, dude. It's probably it probably has to do with getting 4 hours of sleep. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that yeah, that's probably it. We played Battlefield way too late last night. But I don't care. Whatever, it don't matter. So that's to the tune of 7.5 billion per year. let me just see something else. Hold on. I just want to see one more thing. So NASA, there's another, the wiki article says 230 billion in 2004 dollars. So let's go 2029 minus 2004. That's 25 years, right? So 230 billion divided by 25 years, 9.2 billion. It's not true. That's a dude, that is a bold-faced lie right there. That's what the SLS programs, that's the SLS program's budget. It's very discouraging. Dude, I haven't looked at these numbers in such a long time. In retrospect, dude, I can't take it no more. I can't take it no more. Impotent man, get away from me, jet. Dude, that space policy ruined NASA. We spend 10 times that much on defense alone. So Rob, here's the thing, 9.2 billion per year for NASA, doable. Absolutely doable. Now, keep in mind, all right, to be real, flat funding at 9.2 billion a year for 25 years will get you nothing. Vehicles need to be developed. Their development cycle takes time. It takes time in a cash infusion. You don't develop Ares 5 with a fixed budget per year. That's what they ended up doing with SLS, right? That's what they ended up doing with that. And it ended up taking a long time because there were years where they needed more money to develop this super heavy launch vehicle, right? And they didn't have it. Simultaneously, there are years where the project ended up being overfunded. Now, so keep in mind that this funding is not to the tune of $9.2 billion per year. With the Constellation program going into the 20-teens, the big line item here, guys, is the Ares 5 funding. Ares 5 would have been expensive to figure out. Expensive. Now, with all that being said, you probably would have hit a funding peak because launch vehicles are the most complicated thing to make in this entire architecture. Now, keep in mind, the Constellation program has launch vehicles on Mars and on Earth, right? So you have ascent and descent vehicles for both planets, right? So that's where you would basically have to shift funding around every time, and there would be peaks in funding, right? So basically when they started Ares 5 funding 2015 2016, you would have need to have seen a budget increase, a bump. So it would have been like, maybe if it's like 6 billion a year, it would have been 9 billion a year, and then it would go back down when the vehicle gets developed. Or you could flat fund it and move your development money around on a year-to-year basis, right? Depending on funding. So you'd fund Ares 1, right? Ares 1 enters operations. So you don't need billions of dollars of development money to keep that thing going. That development money gets rolled into Ares 5. Once Ares 1 and Ares 5 Ares 5 and Altair, for what it's worth. Once that funding goes away, then all that development funding gets tossed into the Mars transfer vehicle pool. And Ares 1 and Ares 5 just keep doing their thing. You just keep exploring the moon once you're in operations from there. So, to be honest with you guys, flat fund, dude, there would be bumps in funding. It would go up and down, but 9.2 billion flat funded over 25 years is more than enough to get this done. Yeah, it's more than enough to get this done. 230 billion in 2020 in 2004 dollars. That's a gross overestimate, dude. You don't need 200 billion to do this. You don't need 200 billion to do Constellation. I have conservatively estimated that Constellation would be about $30 billion. I didn't even know how much the nuclear transfer stage prototypes would cost. Yeah, but Jack, spaceflight funding has its upper echelons of expense, all right? Meaning, what do I mean by that? All right, let's talk cars. I like cars, whatever. If you saw a luxury vehicle, like say a Ferrari, right? Ferraris are expensive, right? They catch on fire, very passionate cars, right? Sorry, that was a joke. If somebody has a Ferrari and they show it to you and it said, this is a brand new Ferrari, it's worth $2 billion. You'd be like, no, it's what? 2 billion? It's no, Ferraris don't cost that much money. I mean, don't get me wrong, Ferraris cost $300,000-$400,000. They're because it's a handmade sports car, right? I mean, as much as you can hand make stuff nowadays, right? They are expensive, but they're not that expensive. There's no $2 billion automobile. And now somebody's going to be like, well, I asked Rock if there was a $2 billion automobile. And he said that this one automobile that, President Roosevelt jammed up his rectum actually was actually worth $2 billion. No, be quiet. Cars don't retail for $2 billion unless for outlying circumstances, right? Meaning that there is an upper echelon to what an automobile can cost. Even if you made an automobile entirely out of gold, there would still be an upper echelon. It wouldn't be $2 billion worth of gold, right? Now, spaceflight is the same way, guys. There is certain stuff's going to cost money. Spaceflight is expensive, but it's not that expensive. Like, I see a lot of people in chat saying like, oh, that's just a drop in the bucket for the defense budget. It's a drop in the bucket for the defense budget. It's a drop in the bucket for the defense budget. Well, yeah, of course, because spaceflight is not that expensive. You don't need the defense budget for spaceflight. It's not. I'm sorry, it's just not that expensive at the end of the day, comparatively to like building nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, right? In mass. I would say that that's probably more expensive, right? The point that I'm trying to make is that, look, $230 billion over 25 years is it would not cost that much. No way. No way. To do this project, $100 billion over 25 would be fine. That would be more than enough. 150, easy W for NASA. That's no problem. EJ, you went kind of in an odd direction for that one. What? Dude. I'm trying to explain rocket science to people when my brain is not working. Cut me some freaking slack, okay? Gold muffler bearings. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, the point is that it's really funny seeing, especially with all the stupid stuff that's happening with NASA right now. It's really funny saying that. I mean, the whole reason we're in this mess is because we canceled Constellation. And the sick, disgusting truth of the matter is that if we just funded Constellation, even flat funded Constellation to the tune of like $7 to $8 billion a year, which is basically what the SLS program is, we'd be fine. We would be fine. Hey, Shazbert. What's up? Anyway, guys, it's time for space news. Yeah, sorry my brain isn't working too well today. So tomorrow we introduce the block upgrades for the capsule. Start working out the lander. Two Kerbals down to the surface. We'll do Apollo style, at least initially. Apollo style with LOR should work just fine for now. And we'll use that to get the science and the funding that we need to start building heavier launch vehicles to work on an EOR architecture for flybys and exploring other planets. Yeah, that's a good idea. Anyway, good talk. Sorry, sometimes I have to have Kerbal streams where I kind of talk out the architecture that I want to do, and also brain isn't working too well. So, here's what we're going to do now. I'm going to jog the VOD. That's going to do it for Kerbal for the day, and we'll get into space news. There's some pretty cool space news that I want to share with you. Really awesome pictures of New Glenn and whatnot. And yeah, we'll check on the Elon Musk, Sean Duffy escapades and see if anything has changed there. Also, I'll give you a little bit of a Starship update, and we've had a couple of Falcon 9 launches. There was supposed to be one tonight, but it did unfortunately get postponed. But I will talk to you more about that in give me about 30 minutes, dudes. I'm just going to go take some Advil and try to get my brain not to suck right now. The 4 hours of sleep is really getting to me. But don't worry, we still got plenty of stream left. And we're going to play Summer Car for After Hours. So I will be right back on YouTube. Stand by for a momentary loss of signal for about 30 minutes on Twitch. Just stay here. And yeah, we'll go from there. On Twitch, I'm going to put on the Orbital Mechanics video. Because the Orbital Mechanics video is cool. It's cool, isn't it? Hydrate, yes. All right. Stand by for loss of signal on YouTube as expected. On Twitch, stay tuned for an informational and educational video.